Are you guys hearing me now? So this whole time no one was Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So let us start over. All right. Let me start over then. I thought you guys were hearing me. All right. So we were at question 1A. All right. So for question 1A, it says define computer vulnerability. So my question was, seems as if I was talking to myself. So my question was, what is computer vulnerability? Let's hear from you in the chat. What is computer vulnerability? Anybody? Computer vulnerability? All right. Technology being exposed to harmful threats. Yes. Harmful threats such as what? All right. Any weaknesses of the computer, right? Fraud, cybercrime. All right, good. So I have that computer vulnerabilities when computers are at risk to virus, worms, hackers because they are not secure. Right, so I'm seeing the different types here. Very good. All right, so we have that one down. So the next part here was asking, or is asking, whether these vulnerabilities, if they are internal or external source. All right. So let's go now. Natural disasters such as floods, hurricane, and earthquakes, internal or external? External. All right. So I got the answer from Rahim. Very good. All right, next one. Employees erroneously erasing or overwriting data. All right, very good. I saw Mickey Mouse, J Views, Nemard, Krista, Kerr, Amelia, Rahim. All right, good. Number 2, internal, right? That's correct. If it is that you're not seeing the image clearly, please change the quality of your output, the quality of the video. What you can do is go to advanced and change it to 720p. You better see it clearly. All right, so number 2 is actually internal, right? That's correct. Number 2 is internal. Number 3 says lack of antivirus software to scan email. For number 3, John Michael says internal. That's good. So we have external, internal, and internal. All right. What says us about number 4? What about number 4? Jeffers, is that for number 4? External for number 4. I actually had both internal and external for number 4, and I'll explain. I have external because the power surges or spike would be the fault of the company, right? However, if you're living in an era where the power surges or power spikes are frequent, then it would be the company that would need to buy the different hardware to protect their device and data um from these power surge or power spikes. So I have both internal and external there. For this one. As I said, God is great. Looking on it from two perspectives, as I said, damages due to damage due to hardware and software from electrical power surges and spike, that would be external, right? The company cannot regulate, well, cannot they don't have any control over the amount of electricity that they're getting from the company in terms of the power surges and the power spike. So from that perspective, yes, it would be external, right? And I'm also saying that the organization would need to protect the data. How do they protect their data? They would buy like a UPS, right? So if it is that there's a instant power cut, there's electricity for a period of time, right? You can have different devices that are used to basically, if there's a power surge, um it basically cuts down the data if you're getting too much, the electricity if you're getting too much, and if you're getting too little, it makes it up, right? All right, good. Moving on.
Sorry to disturb, but someone copied your channel.
Hmm. All right, C now. C says computer users can be the greatest threat to a company's computer security. State 2 examples of strategies used to mitigate threats from users. How do you protect the computers? How it is that you protect the data on it from users? All right. How would firewall prevent this now? Man, that's Aisha. Aisha. Going to go with Aisha. All right. Passwords. I'm seeing passwords from Calvin. Password can work. Installing antivirus can work. Password. Access control. Very good, Talia. Password and encryption. That's very good. Limiting data to some users. Very good, Raheem. All right, very good. Lock some data to only admin. Right, that's good, Clay. Ah, very good, guys. So one, you as was stated here, you limit access to certain persons using the computer. They only have access to certain files. That's it. Right? You can also implement a backup system. The backup system now will basically, let's say at the end of the day or at a particular time, back up the data so that if it is that something happens after that, then you will still have access to said data, right? You can also implement what we call audit log or user log, where it is that you are able to check and see what each individual is doing on the computer. So if later on something happened, you can definitely see that it was car that basically deleted the data. All right, moving on now to D. It says Distinguish between computer security and cyber security. What's the difference between computer security and cyber security? All right. So I see here where computer security. Ooh, let me go back up. So computer security is having strong. No, that's not the first one. Hold on. Computer security protects the background of a computer. That's not clear, Grant. Computer security is having a strong, secure way to protect the software, not just the software, but the hardware as well. Um, Computer security is access control on a computer, while software cybersecurity is encryption on social media apps, etc. That can work. Computer security protects the hardware. Computer security protects the hardware and software of the computer, while cybersecurity protects the communication between computers on a network. All right, I'm going to go with Jay's own. All right, I'm seeing those. Jay did good. All right, Rahim. Computer security would deal with the protecting of your computer hardware, whereas cybersecurity would have to install VPN and hide. All right, like Rahim, when you're doing those, the definitions, you have to be clear when it is that they ask you to differentiate, right? So it's not that it is incorrect, but in terms of how you started with computer security and where you went with cybersecurity, not so much in terms of clarity. All right, let me see what Carr said. Carr said computer security is the protection of the computer's hardware and software, while cybersecurity is the protection from online viruses and bugs. All right, so we talk about network there. That's all right, Grant. I am like that as well. All right. Computer security is a protection from accident or deliberate threats, while cybersecurity is a protection from hackers, virus, while on. All right. So for Mickey Mouse, I would after viruses add etc. because it's not just those two that it protects against for your response. All right. Very good. Got some good points there as it relates to the difference between the computer security and the cyber security. So for computer security, what I have is that is the measures, the means by which you are going to protect your hardware and software from unauthorized access, right? While um, the cybersecurity would basically be doing the same thing, which is protecting your hardware, your software, your data, but it is how it is that persons access it through a particular network that is or in digital form, data that you have in digital form. All right. So you computer security, you're putting a password on your computer. right? That's computer security. You're going to install an antivirus on your computer security. But when you install like a firewall, for example, which is basically going to sift through the data that is coming when it is that you go online and you're downloading data, in that case, we're looking on cybersecurity. When it is that you protect the data that you put on the internet there, we're looking on cybersecurity. Good? All right, so let's move on to the next part. So it says here now, criminals acquire credit and debit card details from unsuspecting people and use this information to make fraudulent purchases and cash transactions. State the term to describe the scenario. What says us? Grant, based on the last revisions I've done, I've seen that as well. Heat level high. Bye bye, Amelia. All right, identity theft. Let me see who first said it. All right, the first person to say identity theft was Talia. Computer fraud as well, based on the scenario. Computer fraud can work for heat level 6. Phishing and farming would be no. So for all the persons who said identity theft, that is correct. Uh Criminals acquiring credit and debit card details from unsuspecting people and using this and use this information to make fraudulent purchases on the computer. Definitely identity theft. All right. Total agreement with identity theft. God is great. All right. So moving on to part 2, it says outline 2 appropriate methods which can be used to prevent the scenario above. How do you prevent someone? Very good, Grant. But how do you prevent someone from stealing your identity? Password on a firewall, no to the firewall. Educating them about phishing. Fit no, not in the hold on. You'd have to explain the perspective of phishing with your response right here. So basically what you're going to tell them is that when persons send a particular link for you to click on and give them your data, then you're not going to do that part. And that would explain the whole phishing part JViews. Raheem, two-step authentication is very good. Beware of who you're talking to. Uh Beware of who it is that you give your information to. That is what it would be, heat level 6. All right. Janae, use credit cards on reliable sources, right? Ensure that the sites that you're using, that these are reliable sites. All right. Use biometrics. as it relates to debit and credit card and how it is that it works, even if it is that most debit cards will have a password on it, right? But now with online and purchases and stuff, especially with the new cards that you just tap it, right? You can have a password on it and it still wouldn't prevent it. Use chip cards for higher security. Biometrics not for the credit and debit card, right? Not for the credit card grant and debit card. So two-step authentication would be one, as well as to use secure sites to make your payment. Right. J is actually correct in terms of that. But what I was saying, read the chip cards, is that the chip cards in some cases, with the technology that is being used, the chip cards are more secure than the other cards. But with the tap and go system that exists, so let's say for instance, I live in Kingston and I have places that I frequent in Kingston. When it is that if you go those places to use my card, let's say for instance, and you just tap it, you'll be able to access my data. You'll be able to use off the money on my card. So the chip cards are indeed more secure, but they can also be used in the case of identity theft. All right, let's move on to 1F. All right, so for 1F here, we got a database table. So it says the following database table contacts, that's the name of the table, shows records for several individuals registered at a university, including the code of the degree being pursued by each person. I may have to zoom out so that you'll be able to see the questions here. So we have the table, analyze the table. All right, so let's move on now. No to the firewall grant. Passwords, kind of. What we said for the question would have been two-step authentication and to basically use your information on credible sites. Aisha. Right. What I was saying is that change the quality. Sorry if it is that I am not calling your name properly. All right. It says describe the steps needed to manually add a new record to the existing database table. All right. So I'm seeing where Janice says to add a cell. This is not spreadsheet. We're not adding a cell. Go again, Janie. You're in database, you're in Microsoft Access. How do you add a new? I want to add my information as number 15. How do I add it? All right, so I'm seeing add row and seeing add cells, but how would you do that? Design view. Design view would be to add a new heading. So we are not going to go to design view. You're in data sheet view. This is data sheet view. Not database view, data sheet view. Right. So Rahim, I'm asking, how would you create a new row? Clay said, right click on row 14 and then do what? We're not adding a column, we're adding a new row. Double click on the row below, then enter data. Yes, Calvin. That can work for Calvin. All right, so Diamond, where would you be when it is that you're pressing enter? And click where? Hi, CJ. All right, so here it is that we have where Calvin says double click to add a row below to enter. Or if you go to the end here where it says degree 020 and you select tab, it will take you to the next row. Right, once it is that you click on that, you take it to the new row and then you're going to enter the information in row 15. So left click at the last record, select add new row. I don't know this method, I've never done this one, so I can't say if it is correct or incorrect, but I know definitely if you're in database, after row 14 you'll see a blank row below. Once you click in that row, you will be able to add the data. If that doesn't work, you can go to the last column in row 14 and then press tab or enter and it will take you to the next row. So if you split up the points, where would you be when it is that you're clicking? Where it is that you'll be when it is that you're going to select add row or all these things for you to enter the data? Their paper, based on what I've seen, we can probably try the January multiple choice paper. God is great, but I think I have papers on the channel for paper one. But we can try doing the January. Is it the January or last year multiple choice? Hi, Ramal. Go again, Johnny. Let me look back. In the option given. So you're saying in the option given the right. Oh, is the option given? Right click on the last record and add new row. As I said, the one that is on the screen, I've never used it, but it doesn't sound strange to me. So I would say go to the end, right? The last column, select tab, or it is that you can select tab or enter and it will take you to the new row. All right, next one now for part 2. Part 2 says, while adding a new record to the table, data is entered in a particular field and a dialog window pops up indicating that the entered data is invalid. State the reason for the dialog box popping up. You can do one when you're finished. What would be the reason? Failed a validation check. All right, what does that mean now? So it failed a validation check. Gerald. Data entered in the wrong place. Incorrect data. Explain that for me. Failed validation. Failed validation, is fine. I just needed to explain it so I understand fully. Whole data type. Krista, that is, you'd have to give me add more context to your answer. Failed validation check. Correct. What does failed validation check mean? So it checks it before moving on. And what is wrong with the data? What is wrong with the data? So it's a failed validation check. No for the primary key. The data type, the data type was number and the person added text. All right, good. So the data type doesn't match what the user entered, right? Or it could be that the person entered, let's say the cell is only accepting one, but you wouldn't get a pop-up message. The data type doesn't match. That is what we're going with. It does not meet the criteria. Very good, Talia. So whether it is that you want to explain the data type aspect, or whether it is that you're going to say it doesn't meet the criteria, falls in the data type, whichever one of those, once it is that you explain that part, it is fine. Right? The next part says outline how the error identified could be fixed. So how would we fix this? Type in the correct data type. No to the debugging. You're going to debug it in about how it is that you would debug it. Enter the correct data type, right? Re-entering it would mean that you're going to enter back the same thing. Grant. So you would re-enter it, but if you're, as I say, if you re-enter it, you're basically going to get back the same thing. So you're going to enter the correct data that matches that particular data type. Right. All right, good. So we're on the same page there. All right. So here now it is saying the steps below are required to run a simple query on contact table to extract all records where the gender is male and the degree code is 02. So we need to reorganize these steps. Think about it and then let me know. All right, give me the correct order now. Don't give me which one, just tell me what would come. All right, hold on there. What would come first? Yes. What would come first? All right, so let's see. Click query design. That's what you have for number one? No. Oh, click query design is going to be number two. All right, somebody said that one. So let me put this part here. Number two.
And are you actually gonna send me to a different school in September?
All right. What is number one? From the creator blue query queries, that's number one. All right. That's good. Set criteria. Set criteria is step number 5. All right, let me add this here. So the first one is the fifth. No? from the query is stage 3, is step 3 from the query. All right, this is step 3. That's correct. All right, so these two would be what? Set by clicking. Set by clicking. I don't see that one. No. I'm not seeing number 4. Which one is number 4? All right, 2, 5, 3, 6, and 4. All right, J views. All right, J views gave the answer there. The January based on a past experience, January paper and June paper normally the formats are similar, so it can for grant, not grant. Mangir. I am not sure how to pronounce your name. Yeah, but it can. All right, so that's the format now, guys. So step 1, from the create tab, below create the queries group, right? So you'd select the create ribbon, then you would select, you'd look for where queries are. Then you would click on create query design. From the query design, select the contact table, right? So you'd have to add the table, select add and close that. After you close that, then you double click on the field. So once the contact table comes up now, you double click on the fields to add them to the query section, which is normally below. Then after that, now you're going to type in your criteria under the respective heading. So in this case, now you would type M under gender, and then you would type the next criteria. After you've done that, then you run it, and then you will be able to see your results. Any questions here? Oh, all right. Let's move on. So the last part says identify the records number that would be extracted from the table contacts from running the query. So the query is, let me go back up. We're looking for all male persons with doing degree 020. All right, so we have Smith and we have Jones. All right, Top Jenna, that's correct. Uh, Hold on. Is it, yeah, Joseph, not Jones? So it would be 2 and 14, not 12. 7 and 14, sorry. Yeah, 7 and 14. That was an error, Raheem. All right, 2 and 7 and 14. I don't know what is it with me and 2. Thank you, Talia. I appreciate. All right, let's go now. So Christopher is contemplating using cloud-based storage to assist Christopher with his decision making. Complete column 2 of the table below by stating true or false for each of the statements about cloud storage in column 1. All right, so people then run out fast though. All right, Grant said false for the first one. Let's see if anybody said true. God is great said true. God is great says true for number 1. Anybody else said true? All right. Number 1 is false. Users can access their data whether they have access to the internet or not. Hold on. Hold on. The whole basis of cloud storage is that you need internet to access, right? But there are instances where you can set some things that you have on your cloud storage to access it offline. I am going to say false for this one for that reason. But for the persons who have true, I could see why it is that you have true. That is what I'm saying. So users can access their data whether they have access to internet or not. I'd say true as well. As I said, because if you have cloud storage, especially if you have like I don't know if Dropbox does it. If you're going to look on a collective in terms of all the different cloud storage platforms, and if they all offer it, then more than likely you'd go with a different response. You'd go with the true. But I know, like for Google Drive, right, you can set some of your data, some of the things that you have on your Google Drive, you can access it when offline. Would you be able to edit it? No. Would you be able to manipulate it much and save it and update it without the internet? No. So that is why I would say for this one, it can go both ways, right? For number 2, moving on, number 2, let me come back up. So number 2, I have true. Data is stored on multiple computers all over the world. I have true for that one. So anybody who says true, that part is correct. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Gmail all use cloud storage. Let me see for number 3 if I can pick out some. Number 3, God is great says true. True for number 3 for single twin. Car says true. And Grant says false. Most persons said true for number 3. The answer is actually true. Your data is stored on servers all over the world. So because it is not stored on your device, then basically it would be um that. All right, next one now. Users know exactly where data is stored. For number 4. Let me see now for number 4. Number 4 is false. False. I'm seeing false there. All right, I'm seeing where most persons have false on number 4. That's good. All right, I'm going to put top gen at 1 on the screen and then check it after. All right, so we have right here for users know exactly where their data is stored. That one is false. And for number 5, false as well. And number 6, true. All right. Top Jenna was indeed correct. Cloud storage isn't unlimited. No, it's not. It's not any at all. Remember that you have to pay for it. Outline the main difference between system software and application software. All right, let's see these responses now. I'm going to go through last year's paper one. A system software controls how the computer system operates, while application software is a software given to a specific app or data. I don't like the part where it says given to car. The part where it says given to a specific app or data. That's the only part of it I don't like. Anybody else? There's one part of it, man. The last part for cars one I don't like. Dre, how you reach a C and we're still at B? All right. So system software is needed, or top general system software controls all the software that applications is used for specific tasks. Ah, that can't work. All right, so system software is needed for your computer to function. That's the shortest version. Without the system software, all you'll have is a blue screen, right? So the system software is needed for the overall functioning of your system. However, your application software is not. Your application software is needed to accomplish specific tasks. So when it is that you want to create letters, you're going to download Microsoft Word. If you want to do number manipulations, you're going to use Spreadsheet. If it is that you want to store data in a structured format, then you're going to use database, right? All of which, if it is that you purchase a computer and you don't install any of those on it, it will work and function quite fine. System software refers to instructions needed for the computer to run, while application software help users specific tasks. I like this Sulisa, very good. Nemard, system software enables the computer system to run properly and more efficiently, while application software is used to control certain tasks. All right. So single twin. I don't know. You said playing games, right? If you want to play games, let me look to see if you have something else that I missed. Miss you going to? I didn't miss anything there. All right. So that's for B. For C, it says, state one example of a hardware device with a user interface. Someone had answered this one already. Let me find it back. Draystar. Draystar did give the answer, so touchscreen would have been it. No, mouse is not monitor. Not a if you put monitor by itself, top general, no. Mouse is incorrect, single twin. Mouse is you're going to use the mouse to interact with the software interface. Here it says hardware interface, which means that you are directly interacting, touching the hardware itself. So mouse in itself wouldn't be it, because when you move the mouse, you're moving the mouse to interact with a particular software. Touch screen, that's correct. Specialized keyboard, no. Still touching the actual device. A speech synthesizer would be one as well. I think that is supposed to be braille keyboard, J. Tablet with the touchscreen car. So it's not the tablet is a complete thing, like a computer system. A computer system would be monitor, keyboard, mouse, system unit. That's a complete computer system, but in terms of the interface itself, it would be the screen. No, touch pen would be interacting with the software as well. Yes, Nemard. No for the braille keyboard. Touchscreen would be the best one. All right, let's look on D now. No for the braille keyboard, Grant. The live will be until we finish. And we have a paper one to look at, and we're just at question 2 of 4 questions. Touchpad, yes, Mackenzie. So question 4 says, 4 basic tasks are carried out by the hardware components of a computer system. State the name given to the sequence of events that represents these tasks. Those are the processes for Gerald. So you're giving me the processes, but it is asking for the general term. All right, top Jenna is correct. The top Jenna was top Jenna the first one that come up with it. Right. So what Gerald what you're giving, or what it is that you gave, would have been the activities involved in the process. So it's information process cycle or the processing cycle. Any one of those would work. Information processing cycle, that would work as well. So notice that it asks for the general name. State the name given. So it's a general name. And if you're going to the exam, please do not write them acronyms here. Right? IPOS can mean so many different things. Hi Wilson. Can mean so many different things. So therefore you're going to write out what they mean. Information processing cycle, Mickey Mouse. All right, moving on now to E. It says classify each of the following data entry devices as either manual data entry or direct data entry device. For which one, Car? Which one are you lost with? Yes, Top Jenna was correct, Kyle. Hi, Wilson. Hi from Jamaica. Welcome. Car? I'm seeing the responses. I'm just looking out for one from Car because I'm trying to find out what it is that he doesn't understand. We're doing E on the screen for Wilson. So we're trying to identify these, whether they are manual or they are direct. All right. So we know that manual input devices would mean that you are going to key in. Miss Imagret. Oh, sorry. I have a student by the name of Tajay Carr. So I thought that he shortened his name. Sorry. All right. So can you tell me what it is that you don't understand, Carr? Or Kerr? All right. So manual input devices means that you will have to enter the data stroke by stroke, key by key, right? Click by click. Direct data entry means that it is going to capture data quicker, faster in bulk, right? So let me go back through because persons would have been responding for some time now. All right, so not sure what this be. Red Boss. Red Boss said most is manual. All right, so anybody who says most is manual, that would have been correct. Or the IPO one. All right, so what I was saying, pause a minute, guys. Right here, it says that 4 basic tasks are carried out by the computer hardware. That's what it said. It says 4 basic tasks are carried out. But the question is to state the name given to the sequence. So what was given was input, processing, storage, and output. Those would be the 4 basic tasks. But what is the general name given to those 4 tasks? And that would be, you would see data processing cycle or information processing cycle. And that would be the terms that are used to represent those 4 that are lined out. So you accept your data as input, it goes to processing, it is stored, and then it is outputted. Let me know if that was helpful for you. All right, let me go back to the answers now. All right, so mouse is manual. That one is indeed correct. We got that part. Up to the optical character. All right, Sharice said optical character recognition is direct, light pen is manual, and sensors is direct. So if you have any of these, or if you gave any of these, then you would have been correct. Manual, direct, direct, manual, direct, manual, direct. All right, top Jenna was correct there. OCR is direct, optical character recognition. All right, very good. Manual, direct. No, light pen would be manual. Because the light pen, Cavern, please don't let me block you today. Um, right. So the light pen would be manual because what you're doing is actually writing. So the light pen works with the surface device. So basically what the tablet does, it senses the absence of light once it is that you use the light pen to write. But the light pen itself means that you would physically be doing the writing. So the light pen is manual. Of course, Samara. Straight one to everybody. It is possible, especially if you got a good SBA grade. What will stop you? All right, moving on. So then we had mouse. So recapping, mouse is direct, OCR is mouse is manual, OCR is direct, light pen is manual, and the sensor is direct. All right, let's look on this. I'll have to zoom out a little bit though. That shouldn't be bad. All right, so look at the document here. Analyze the document. You're good. You guys are all good. No worry yourself. With SBA's J star, with that SBA grade, multiple choice question going to repeat unless you're going there and sleep. You'll get your one. All right. So moving on now. So this first part here says that using a word processor, a graphics artist basically created this particular flyer to be emailed to clients, right? So it is to be distributed. It says state the name of the feature used to create a connection between the flyer and the company's website. Hey, God is great out at them. Wilson, out at them. All right, Wilson was the first one to give the answer actually. Wonder if I'm your teacher. Where's Wilson? Yeah, the feature is a hyperlink. Anybody who said hyperlink, that is correct. All right, so keychain direct data entry means that it is going to capture data automatically instead of you keying in the data. So like I have this particular paper and I want to have a soft copy version of it. I have the option of typing it up. If I type it up, I'm going to use manual input devices to type it up, keyboard, mouse, etc. Right? But then if I have the paper, the physical paper, then what I can do is that I can scan it. The whole scanning process would be direct data entry. Mess up, mean if you mean blank, no Nemard. Not and not come up with that one if you leave it blank. I mean, answer questions and it's like you in yourself answer a few questions on it. Let's say answer 50% of the paper, and for the 50% you would get those correct along with the paper one and your SBA grade, of course. Remember CXC mark on curve too, you know. Oh my. Sorry to hear. Okay, then once it's not blank, of course you can. Make one or two mistakes there and you'll get one. All right, so that was hyperlink. Part two says the connection between the flyer and the company's website is to be tested before the flyer is distributed. State the reason for having to do this test. Why do we need to test if it is that the hyperlink is working? All right, zoom in. All right. Go, Gabby. Matthew, a hyperlink basically is where it is that you are using text that is clickable that will take you elsewhere. That's a hyperlink. So it will either take you to a place within the same document or to a external document. All right, so Gabriella said to make sure it's working and going to the correct website. That's correct, Gabriella. That's correct. In case there are errors, right? To check for errors, that's correct, single twin. No mistake, I am Alia, that's correct. To check if it is working, right? Verification, right? to ensure that the end users will have no problem. Correct, Talia? All right, Grant. And the website works well. That's correct. All right, Wilson said for problems not to occur if the person wants to visit. Very good. So you're sending out this information to potential clients. You don't want them to basically click on the link, and when they click on the link is not working. All right, so I'm seeing that. Very good. So most of the persons here. So we are going to click on the link to ensure that it is working before it is sent out, right? And when it is that we're checking the link, we're going to use multiple devices. We're not going to use just one. We want to check if the link is, if we have it on a phone, if it is accessible, if it is that you are using a tablet, is it accessible? Thank you, single twin. All right, let's continue over here. I'll have to come back to this side once or twice, probably depending on the question. It says identify 2 text formatting features used in the design of the first column of page 10. So right here, this part right here, 2 text features. Bold, font color, font size. All right. Hey, I love you guys. You're so interactive. All right. Chop Jenna out at them. Assist center as well. Center would work. So we have bold, font color, font size. We have center. That's correct. In terms of the font, what you could look on is the increase, right? Font size. Just don't write font by itself, right? So it's either font type or font size. Thank you, Grant. You blush over here, no? Ah. Yeah, they type very fast for you, Jay. So font size, font color. All caps is also a feature that is there. The alignment is also one, right? The margins. No, margins wouldn't work for this one, Gabriela, because they did say text. It does seem to be justified. But if it is that you don't want to guess it, well, you could, because I think it is also centered. It can be centered, but because the 2 text start in the same place, for that, it can be justified. Oh, you mean, Johnny? Yes. Yes. All right. So font size. So we go in font size, font color, all caps, right? And the alignment. Those are what we are going with. To the human tube. All right, we listen to the human tube. All right, so the next part, and because I have to use the document, I'm going to read it to you. It says identify 2 page formatting features used in the design of the flyer. Identify 2 page formatting features used in the design of the flyer. All right, columns and page break. That can work as well. Spacing and margin. All right, that can work as well. I'm seeing left, but left by itself would not be enough. Coloring. No, the coloring would not be there. You see what happens is that when I was scanning it, it had this dark thing over it. So it's not the coloring at the page. Coloring would not be one. Table and hold on. That would be data formatting for the table, not page. Can probably work. All right. Spacing. The spacing of the text. All right. We have center. Not seeing the merge part. Kelly. Indentations or center. All right. So I have columns and I have margin for this one. So it says now identify two page formatting. So it's a page. So that's it. Oh, so alignment wouldn't work there. So identify two page formatting features used in the design of the flyer. So I am seeing here where it is that the data is in columns. So the page is divided in columns. So the columns would be one, right? Then now the orientation of the page, that's very good. Wilson, the orientation of the page is also one because the page is not portrait, it is in landscape. Right? And I have margins. So those three would work. All right. And I think we can move over for this question. So it says now the graphic artist would like to amend the Word document he created in order to produce a new flyer, but would still keep a copy of the original document. Describe how he would create the updated document. All right, single twin. Don't start paper one without me. Go shop and come. All right, single twin. Save, auto save, save, auto save, save, auto. No, give me more data there, so please. Duplicate, save as, right? J views. That's the one I was looking on. I think based on how this question is structured, it is basically looking for it is looking to identify if you know the difference between save and save as, right? So when you select save in any Word document or any of the productivity tools, when you select save, it is basically going to save the changes made to that document. But if you want to create a next document or a duplicate of the same document, what you would have to do if the document is opened, you would have to go to File, select Save As, give the document a new name, and then select Save, right? Otherwise, you won't have two copies. If you select Save or you have the auto save on, what it is doing, it's making the changes to the same document. So if your answer is save or auto save, those would work. For the rename feature, no for renaming. Duplicating can work. So you would have to close the file wherever the file is stored, right click on it, select copy, paste, and rename the document. But if you're selecting copy and paste, give it don't write copy and paste and leave it by itself. Explain the copy and paste. So is it that you're going to copy it and paste it in a new document, save it the document as a different name? Just don't write copy and paste and leave it by itself, right? If you're moving it to another folder as well, granted, you'd have to explain it, because if you move to a folder, in most cases, what you're doing is I'm taking it, let's say, from download, and I'm putting it in document. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're creating a next copy. No for autosave. So again, for this answer, we're going with two options. Two options we're going with, guys. One, if the document is open, and you're going to write that document is opened, you'll go to File, select Save As. Once you go to Save As, you're going to give the document a new name. We are doing V. Give the document a new name and then select Save, right? Or you close the file. Wherever the file is stored, you'd right click on the file, select copy or duplicate the file. After it is that you have done that, then you give it a new name, whatever it is that you want to name it, and then you open that document. So it is definitely the save as feature I think that they're looking or marking for here. All right. So let's look on number 6 now. It says, name one word processing feature that would allow you to protect your document while you are working on it, and one feature that could protect the final document. Once you're answering this question, we have to think who it is that we're protecting it from. Save as or duplicate. Yes, I'll go with that one. All right, for number 6. No, one word processing feature that you can use to protect your document. Access control. Access control is one. Sometimes when you go into Microsoft Word, right? As I said, once it is that you're answering this question, you have to think about what it is that you're protecting it from. Once it is that you can answer that, then you'll be able to basically give that. After the document is completed, I would say password. So password to access the document after. But while you're in the document, how do you protect it? The autosave feature can work as a means of protecting the data. So let's say, for instance, you forget to save, autosave can work. There's also a feature in Word that allows you to restrict editing. That is after you have sent it out, right? You can restrict editing. You can encrypt the work. Because it said a feature of Microsoft Word, I don't know that Microsoft Word offers the encryption. Okay, Nemard. So view only, read only, view only, read only, where it is that it allows you to edit data, that can work as well. Greater things are coming after exam, and after the exam period you'll be able to relax, and then you have a new set of headache come September when it is that you guys are doing camp. But at least you'll get a break. Hope you guys are going to do computer science or information technology at sixth form. So one word processing feature that allows you to protect your document, autosave. Someone had said that one, autosave would work. That will protect you. How it is that in case you are typing up a document and you forget to save it, then it would automatically be doing the saving process as you go along, right? One feature that you could use to protect the final document is that you can prevent you can restrict editing, which means that if somebody else is to open the document, they cannot edit the document any at all. They'll be able to view it. Let's say like what I have lines here, they can fill out they can add responses or they can give you comments in the form of feedback, but they will not be able to erase your questions and so forth. One person also said password. Those can work. All right. Not as a protection for number 6. View only. Yes, Grant. View only would work. So you're restricting it where it is that they can only view it. Right. Protecting it from persons as well or protecting it from you. Oh. All right. So we're now at question 3. All right. Let me know if you're seeing question 3 clearly. Question 5 was auto save. No, question 5 was save as or to duplicate the file and rename it. As soon as we finish this paper, and we're now at question 3, and this paper, there's so much questions on this. Hold on, I soon tell you. There are 3 questions on this paper. So after we finish this one, and Top Jenna gonna is Top Jenna gonna shop? This who tell me so them gone shop. Somebody told me that they gone to shop and come back. Or is single twin. Alright. Alright, so we're now at question 3. All right, so it says Kimarki Care Home is an educational institution. Each year, the curriculum is upgraded to ensure full spectrum coverage. This year, the master timetable will be made available via the school's virtual learning platform and has to be arranged to include physical and virtual delivery modes with tutors based locally and overseas. Identify the type of network that would be most suitable for ensuring connectivity between physical computers in 2 different locations while online. One, I'm seeing 11111. All right, let's see come now. Grant was the first one with 1. Wide area network, that's good. Campus area network. All right, we're going with those. All right, good. Wide area network, that's fine because we have 2 different locations. And because the persons are in 2 locations, we cannot accept yours Danvert. Because it said that it should be able to include physical and virtual delivery modes with tutors who are based locally and overseas. So it's definitely 1. So 1 for A. All right. B now, it says complete. So A was 1, wide area network. That is the answer there. So complete the following table by stating whether the listed transmission media items are wired or wireless. Twisted pair. I see the responses here. All right, Chev Entertainment says wired for twisted pair, and that's correct. All right, Top Jenna said twisted pair infrared is wireless, coaxial cable and microwave are wireless. The last part is incorrect, Top Jenna. Just the last part. Oh, you have to ensure that you remember network, man. All right, so we have twisted pair being wired. What about infrared now? All right, let me see now. This is wired, wireless, wired, wired. One of yours is incorrect as well, Raheem. Infrared. Infrared is wireless. That's good. All right. Coaxial cable, coaxial. Top Jenna is correct. Top Jenna. Microwave is wireless. I saw somebody with all the answers a while ago. Where is it? Fries Williams. That is it. Wired. All right. So that is supposed to be wired. So it's wired, wireless, wired, and wireless. So twisted pair. So twisted pair, those cable, the one that you would fit into your jack or that goes to your modem to the wall. That is the twisted pair. So if you cut the outer casing, what you will see is different colored cables twisted together, right? And that's a twisted pair. Infrared now is wireless. That is used to transmit data. Coaxial cable is the one that you find at the back of your TV. And the microwave links, we all know what that one is. Microwave signals, wireless. All right, we got this one. Easy 4 marks. No, Top Gen, I'm gonna go back and find yours. You had, I think you had either coaxial, you had as wireless or wired. I think that's what you had. So you have twisted pair wired. Oh, sorry. Your answers were actually correct for true, Top Gen. What I read was coaxial and microwave wireless. My apologies. My apologies there. All right. So let's move on to part C of this question now. All right, so we're going to use the table here, and I am going to read the questions. So the following spreadsheet is part of a master timetable issued for the institution for September 2021 academic year. Right. So analyze the table. So let's go with the first part. It says the administration of the institution would like to be able to easily view the days when most students are engaged. List the steps to be taken in the correct order to create a graphical representation of this information. So the administrators would like to know to easily view the days most students are engaged. So we're looking on the number of students. So we say on Tuesday for math, we have 45. Um, Mondays for physics or PH, we have 21. So we're looking on the number of students and we're looking on the days. How would we create? Oh, I know you're not seeing the question. Why I didn't put the question on the screen is because I would have to reference the diagram. So this is a question that we're looking on. All right, let me give you some time to look at the question then. Mm-mm. Because it says graphical representation, Wilson. No, it wouldn't be pivot table, Grant, because it's a graphical. No to pivot table. Charts. We're looking on charts. Definitely charts, Burrell. In this case, it didn't specify, so you wouldn't need to be specific in terms of the chart. All right, so I'm seeing Top Jenna's response. Let me read it. So Top Jenna said, click insert, select pivot chart, highlight the necessary information. No, we're not using pivot chart. We're using charts in general. So not for the pivot chart. We're using charts. So step one, and I'm going to go back over to the question, right? To the table, sorry. So right here now, remember now, the question says that they need to see the students, the days that most students are engaged, which means that they want something graphical. Sorry, let me see if I can draw a straight line somewhat. I don't think I'll be able to. Hold on. Behave yourself something. All right, come back here, so. All right, so they want a graphical representation of this data. Mackenzie, you'd have to do something before you can click pie chart. Zoe says click insert, choose a chart, then insert the necessary information. Yes, you can use that method. That can work. For Zoe, that can work. And next way is to first highlight the data, right? Right, correct. So first, highlight the data that you wish to use within your chart. So I would highlight these two columns here, including the labels. After I have highlighted those two columns, then you'd go to the insert ribbon, select the chart that you want. After you select the chart that you want, then you would select OK and then add the chart elements. And the chart elements are the labels for, let's say you selected pie chart, the labels for the different pies, or if you select the column chart, it would be the values for each column, labeling your x-axis, your y-axis, labeling, giving your chart a title, right? So step one, outside of what Zoe has on the screen. So step one would be to highlight the data, select the insert ribbon, right? After you select the insert ribbon, you're going to look for your charts. After you select, then you're going to select the chart you're going to use, select OK, and then add the chart elements. And that can be used right across the board. So if you're going to inside the exam tomorrow and they're asking you how it is that you would add a chart, using a next set of data is the same thing. It's just that if they say pie chart, then you would write that you would select pie chart after you go to insert. If they say using a column chart, a bar chart, a line graph, you would select those. So it's right across the board in terms of the charts. What would be a suitable chart for this? The days of the week. Is it because you're going to total it? I would say a bar chart or a column chart, but I wouldn't use days. I would use the subject code along with the number of students. So I'd be able to see for the subjects exactly, or the you can also use the days basically. Bar chart or column chart would be good here. I'm not sure that a pie chart would have been effective. A line chart could work as well. Yes. All right. So let's look on the next part of this question. It says using the spreadsheet on page 12, write the function or formula to calculate the average number of students in the class. Let's look back. All right, so right here, average number of students per class. What would have been the formula in cell E14? Hey, I don't know. Listen, Top Jenna, I need to give you a gift. Oh, you type so fast. Bracket off your formula. No, I'm going to take it back, Top Jenna. It wrong. Hey. It's wrong, Top Jenna. It's wrong. No, Kyle. Top Jenna wrong. There's something wrong with Top Jenna's own. Ah, Grant, one part of yours incorrect. Ah, GJ, one part of yours is incorrect. Ah. All right. So Wilson, one part of yours was incorrect. And I am Ian. I am Alia. Got it correct. All right, let me see who else now. Raheem, dollar signs. The brackets are at the wrong place. And the dollar signs. Not looking on absolute addressing. Guys, the equal sign must be in front of the name. And you have to spell out average. So it is, once you're using a function, right? Let me tell you what it is actually saying. So you are in cell E14. And this is why you put the equal sign first. So you are already in E14, but let's say this is what it is there. So you're in E14. So E14 is equal, oh, sorry, is equal to average. That's the name of my function. Open bracket. And in the bracket, you are now going to put the range, right? So that is why you start it with the equal sign, because you're already in the cell. So this part of it is not needed, the E14 part. So the first part of your formula must always have, or your function must always have your equal sign. After your equal sign, you're going to have your function name. If you're not using a function and you're using a formula, then you would put the cell addresses in there, right? No, you wouldn't need E14 because once you click on that cell, that is the cell you're typing in. Daniel, why you have 2.64 at the end? It works? Hold on, let me check it. I've never used that. I don't know the function to be AVG. 1 minute. Guys, let me try something. Let me just test something here. I got an error message. I got that we have found a typo in your formula and tried to correct it, and it gave me the correct spelling to say that I should spell out average. So I'm not getting it with AVG. Wilson. Northern, southern, where? Is there something you're missing? Which where are you talking? No, no, you wouldn't multiply it because the formula is supposed to find the average. So right here, once you use the keyword average, what it is going to do, it is going to find the sum of all these values, and then it's going to divide it by the total number of entries here. So there's no division that is needed in the function any at all. You see the manual concept, if they ask you for a formula, then you would have to have cell E2 plus E3 plus E4 right down to E11, bracket off those and then divide it by the number of entries. But because you're using the function, it is not needed. So there's no division that is needed. Just the formula that you're seeing on the screen. That's the answer that's there. Equal, average, open bracket, E2 colon E11. I used Excel and I didn't get it in Excel. But if it don't work in Excel, it shouldn't be working in Google Sheets. All right, can we move? Ah, yes, so we can move on. All right, good. All right, next part of the question. It says here, create the formula in cell F2 to output yes if the class is over 30 students. Eh, I feel like top Jenna have the paper. Top Jenna have the paper sit down and just wait, you know. Alright, this is what top Jenna has. Let me see now. Equal if open bracket A2 is greater than 30, comma, yes, comma, no. Alright, so based on how the question is structured, let's look back on the question now. Because it didn't ask you to write there. So basically what you would do is fill in the blanks. So right here, so oh, it would be equal if. Soon zoom it back. So right here, it would be equal if. And in this part of the bracket, then you would have the condition. So the condition here would be if E2 is greater than 30. So that would have been the answer. Yes, northern, southern. If you're writing a full if then statement in Excel, yes, you need the comma. The comma separates the parts of the formula. So at the front, you'll have your equal if, that's the name of your function. Then you're going to have your condition. To separate the condition from what should happen if the condition is true and what should happen if the condition is false, you must place your comma there. Quotations are only used when it is that you want to display text. So if you wanted a number to be placed there, if the condition is true, then those would not be in quotation. You only use the quotation when it is that you have a text or a character. Where are you, Kimon? Zo, what is your question? Because I'm not seeing one from you, and I don't know if I missed one. Because I'm seeing the. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so for next part, it says here now, identify the steps to be followed to copy the formula in cell F2 to the range of cells F3 to F11. All right, let's look back on that. Listen, I over here will I talk to you know. All right, thanks guys. Right. So I'm saying here that the autofill could work. Autofill is a function that could work in this case. Good. Now, what it is testing, what this part of the question is testing is what we call relative cell addressing. So you have relative and you have absolute. So relative cell addressing means that when you copy down a formula, right, it is going to use the data or make the formula relative to the data that is to the left or right of it, depending on what you have in there. So in our formula, we were testing to see if the data in E2 is greater than, is it greater than 30, right? But when the formula is dragged down to F3, it should not be using E2 data. It should be using E3. So that is relative cell addressing. Once you drag down the formula, it is going to use that data which is to the right of it. Is it right? To the left of it in this case, right? How do we use relative cell addressing? You're going to first ensure that cell F2 is highlighted. Once cell F2 is highlighted, you're going to move your cursor or your mouse to the bottom right of that cell. The cursor will change to a small black plus sign. You're going to then hold down on your mouse and drag the formula down to cell F11. Then release your mouse. And then the formula will be duplicated. Come on, the shift and arrow key down. I don't know this method. I don't know this method. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. I know that shift and arrow key highlights. That's for one. No, it's not highlighting. Let me see if I can show you Excel. 1 minute. I am going to stop sharing shortly. I'm going to switch the sharing screen for a split second so that you understand. All right. I'm going to create a mini version of what it is that we had. Oh, because I'm typing. All right, let's go, guys. So this is this we're in Microsoft Excel, right? So the question is saying now that, let me see if I can move this over. So it is saying that you're in F2. I want to give you the exact experience here. Right. It is saying that you're in F2 and you want to copy this formula down. Good. Let us test what it is that we're seeing in the chat. I can't go back. Right. So here now it is asking, how do we replicate this? So I'm saying if you select shift and control, once you're in F2, if you select shift and control, this is what is going to happen. It is going to highlight the cells below. If after you do that, you select control V, nothing happens, right? So that would not be the response there. So what I was saying that if I select this and come here and select V, if you notice in the formula here, cell E3, right? It is going to change it to E3. Up here we had E2. But it's going to be time consuming to you for you to copy all the formula, right? So that is not going to be an option. So the first thing you're going to do is to click on cell F2. After you click on cell F2, move your cursor. Now notice that we have a white cursor now. The cursor is white, right? You're going to move your cursor to the bottom right where it changes to a small plus sign. Once it changes to that small plus sign, you're going to hold down on your left mouse button and you are going to drag, right? Drag it down to where you want to go. And then once it is that you reach there, you release. Good? So let me get one have greater than 30. Right. Then you release it. That is how the formula will be copied down. Any other response that is given outside of the autofill would have been incorrect. Yes, Jermaine, it will be. All right, let me show you that again now. Notice here, guys, as I said, look, if I come here and I put and I highlight cell F2, it is a white cross, right? A right cross. If I come to here, it is a four-way cross with arrows at each end. Good? They're all used to do different things. So if I want to highlight the cell, it's going to be the white cursor, right? It's going to be the white cursor if I want to highlight. Good? If I want to expand, then it would be this one. Let's see, this, where is it now? If I want to move the data to a next cell without having to type it out, then I use this black um, four arrow cursor. That's what I call it. But when I want to copy formula, note now, you see this little black square right here. If I put the mouse on it, it changes to a small black plus sign, right? Once you hold down on that and drag it and release your mouse, your formula will be copied down. Let me know if you got that. Yes, expand the column. Right. Right, northern. That is fine, Grant. I didn't use the autofill feature in this case. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing now and I'm going to go back to the question. Miss, will they tell you to write the formula or will they give it to you? More than likely, they'll ask you to write the formula. Or if they give you a formula, they may ask you what would the formula do. All right, so that was the 2 marks here to identify the steps. So we did that one. And we're moving on to D now. I'm not sure, Wilson. We're here for the programming. All right. Consider the following times table algorithm. So we have our start and our stop. So this is the body of our algorithm here. This is the body of our algorithm. Then now we have set value equals 7, right? So we are either giving it a starting value or we're saying that this is a constant, right? We look as we go along. Then we have, this is our prompt statement. So we're asking the user for number and product. We're saying here, which is our loop for number is equal to 0 to 12 do. How many times is this algorithm going to loop? Let's see over here answering questions. How many times will this algorithm loop? No, not 4. Let me see. I see 12. GB. GJ got it right. If it starts at 0, guys, 0 to 12 is going to give you 13. 1 to 12 gives you 12. So if it starts at 0, then it is 13. All right, so let's go now. State the names of variables and constants. So let's go. What are the variables? Number for variable. Yes, number is a variable. What else? Only number. Which other variable is there? Product. All right, very good. Number and product. All right, constant. What constant is there? Constant is value. Very good. So constant is the value. Value is a constant, and number and product. Where it is? All right. Number and product would be the variable, right? So variables change throughout the execution of a program or an algorithm, right? So the first execution, 7 times 1, so product is going to be 7. 7 times 2, it's going to change from 7 now to 14. Variables constantly change. Variables constantly change, right? While a constant, the value will remain the same throughout the execution of the algorithm or program. That's your definition there. All right, this algorithm now is calculate. It says the following timetable. So it is doing a timetable. Let us trace it and I tell you now. So let's say if number is 1, right, this algorithm would loop 13 times. But here it is saying write number, write product. Good? So it means that this will be displayed as is. Based on, let me answer this question. So if this was a computer code, what you would see on it would be number, space, product. Right? So in this case, what we are calculating is the 7 times table. So for number equals 0 to 12. So number is going to start at 0. Come inside the loop now. Product equal number, which is 0, times value. So 7 times 0 is going to give you back 0. Good? Then now, number is going to increase. Number is going to move from 0 to 1. So number is now 1, right? So 7 times 1 is now going to give you 7. So what this algorithm is going to do, it is going to give you the timetable or the product of a number when multiplied by 7. Why is value constant? Value is constant because I set it at 7. And based on the algorithm, it's not going to change. At no point in time did they adjust 7. Yes, GG. All right. Then now, yes. So number would then move to 2 and then product would then be equal to 14. So that is why these are variables, Because if you notice in the first instance, number was 0 and product was 0. Now a variable can only store one value at any given time. So you see when number changed to 1, 0 is no more. It basically overwrite that, right? And then when product changed to 7, 0 is no more. It write the 0. Right. So I hope that was clear. So that is what the algorithm is doing. All right. So the last part now of this page says name the type of constant that is being used. What type of constant is it? What is the value storing? What is the variable storing? Yes, Jenny. You erase your answer, Grant. So I didn't see it. What type of constant is value? No Kyle, no Zoe. I didn't see the question, Grant. No, no Kimon. Look at the constant. What is the constant storing? Mm-mm. Oh. Okay, Kyle. Integer. It's an integer constant. Good. Right. It's an integer constant. So if the constant is going to store a letter, one letter, let's say I wanted to store A, what type of constant would it be? No, it can be a construct. Oh, name the type of construct that is being used. Never mind. My bad. Going back, guys, I read the question incorrectly. Yes, it would be character for the previous one if the thing. All right, what type of construct is this algorithm? Sorry. I totally read that wrong. All right, what type of construct is the algorithm? Mm, mm, mm. I'm not accepting the 4. There are 3 types of constructs. No, it's not real. Sequencing. No, it's not sequencing because there's one thing in there that would not make it sequence. When it is sequencing, you only have input, processing, and output. Iteration. Come true, Tyrell. Iteration. That is the type of construct that is used here. Why it is the iteration? Because it has the for loop in there. Oh, Wilson, a string would be words. So the data types that you would have would be real. Real carries a decimal point. So 5.5 would be a real number, right? A whole number would be like 66. No decimal point, right? Then now you have characters, which is one individual letter. It can be a space or a symbol. One. And then a string would be words. So like learning it with Shelly would be a string. Right? Now iteration incorporates the for loop, the while loop, and the repeat until. So that is why we're using iteration and we didn't accept the for. No northern. Char would be S. S for Shelly. So example now. So as I said, 2.5. This is going to be real because there's a decimal point. Once there's a value outside of 0, after the decimal point, that is real. If I enter 66, 66 is going to be an integer. And it can be negative or positive. Once there's no decimal point, it is an integer. The 2.5 can be negative or positive. Once it has a decimal point and the value is greater than 0, it is real. If I enter Y for yes, this is a character. And if I enter yes, this is going to be a string. So words, a combination of letters and characters will make up a string. And it can also be a combination with numbers because if I write Y3S, it is still going to be considered a string. There is no particular loop that is used in exam. So you'll get you rarely see repeat until. That one I can see. You'll see while or for that one. Grant, I don't know what is that. You have loop, iteration, or repetition. Very good, Top Jenna. That is correct. For real or integer, whether the number is negative or positive, then it's going to be once they differentiate. What differentiates the two is the decimal point. Very good, Wilson. I was explaining that the Y3 yes would still be a string because it incorporates letters and numbers. Or if you add a special character. So like if you depending on what you use for your password, that would be a string. It's a combination of things. Thank you, Unruly Vibes. I hope that's a good thing. All right. All right. So the type of construct we said would have been iteration. Why iteration? Because the for loop is there. And if we had a while loop, it would still be iteration, right? If we didn't have the for loop and there was a if statement, then it would be selection, right? If statement is selection, any types of loop is iteration. If you had just input, no loops, no if statement, then it would be sequence. So sequence would only have input, processing, output. Iteration is a loop. Mussington. Don't say that oh, this Cuban link. Yeah, go, all right, man. All right, flowchart shapes. Let me come over this side and come back. All right. So let's look now. We have oval. What is the oval for? What's the purpose of the oval? What's the purpose of the oval? All right, not start alone, start and stop, right, Raheem? Very good, start and stop. All right. So I now have my lean rectangle, as I call it. What is this one for? What is the lean rectangle for? Input or output? Very good. So once you see anything which says write, print, read, you put it in the lean rectangle. All right, otherwise called the parallelogram. All right, what is the rectangle for? All right, Raheem, processing. Yes, keychains. No turntable. It is processing. Process or processing. So any form of calculation, you'll put in this one. All right? All right. What about this one now? All right. Top Jenna was the first one with it. So top Jenna we had decisions. What do we put in the decision box? What would we see in the question? So we know we must put it in the decision box. Condition. Condition. All right. Decisions. True and false. No, not start for the diamond. So guys, if you see a if statement, right? If, you draw a diamond. If you see for, you draw a diamond. If you see while, you draw a diamond. If you see repeat until, you draw a diamond. If true or false, yes or no. The yes or no, true or false would go on the lines. So, and then now you're going to have your arrows, right? And that is going to show the flow of data. So these are our shapes. Let's go back to the question now. All right, so it says draw the flowchart symbol for each of the following statements. So for number equal, let me see the marks, 2 marks. All right, so just the symbol. So because we see the word for here, means that there's a decision to be made, right? So we're going to draw our diamond, right? And in our diamond, we can write back the question as is, or we can structure it like a question. Yeah, the circle was missing, guys, the connector, sorry. So we can have is number less than or equal to 10, or as I said, don't confuse yourself, for number equal 0, back to 0 to 12. Do. And that would be it. All right. And for number 2, and I'm seeing it, we would use our rectangle. Right? And in our rectangle, we would write the very same. No, it's not a rectangle, it's our parallelogram. Who said rectangle? It's not the rectangle, it's the parallelogram. All right. And in our parallelogram, we would now write the same thing that's here. So we have right, or you can have output number, output product. All right. And that would be it for those two. All right, guys. Let's complete the trace table here now. So it says when number is 1 and value is 7, what would be product? Product is equal to, this is the easiest, it's a very easy 4 marks. What did I write in the diamond? I wrote the very same thing. For number equals 0 to 12, do. You see, John Michael? Let me zoom in. All right, good. All right, so let me move down now. All right, so now I need to complete the trace table. I think I saw the responses. Top Gen, I have 7, 14, 21, and 28. All right, Top Gen, I add them. All right, let me come down now. So I saw Top Gen with the answer first. Then I saw Janae. No, 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 not 7. How fries get food? All right, so that's good. So it is 7 times 1, which is going to give you 7. 7 times 2, which is going to give you 14. Then we have 21, and then we have 28. Yes, you did. Let me go back and check. No, on my in my timeline in the chat thing, I have Top Jenna. then I have Karik, and then I have your response. That is how it shows up in mine. All right, guys. So that would have been the trace table here. All right. So the last question now, which is this one. So we have 3 pages. So it says now the following fragment of code is part of a larger algorithm written to calculate the average of two numbers. So we have the lines. It says list 5 errors that could prevent the proper execution of this algorithm. All right, read it and let me see who first is going to go here. 5 errors. Come on, let me miss out something, you know. Oh. All right, zoom in. All right. All right, let me check the chat now for the errors. Just identify the lines for the errors for me. Average cannot be string. All right, so that's line 2. All right, hold on. Average cannot be. All right, so that's 1. Line 4. What would have been the issue with line 4? Any error with line 4? Line 6. All right, what would have been the issue with the calculation for average is wrong. Average equal. All right, line 6. Humbuji, you good man. Um, no, in yeah, input would not work. Where to hold on, let me find back that response. Right line instead of input, right print, display, any of those could work there. Average isn't initialized because it is not a loop, it doesn't need to be initialized. Line 7 isn't a output. All right, so that would be an error. I think we pick up that one already. That's the one from Johnny McLaren there. All right, so line 2. All right, that is correct. Unruly vibes. Line 3. Line 4. 6 and 7. What would have been the issue with? Okay, all right, good. Those can work as well. Unruly vibes. How are there 5 errors, bro? The whole thing is riddled with error. Northern south. All right. So first thing now is that this what I have in my errors is that this algorithm does not show the start and stop point. But then again, it says that it is a fragment, right? You see, you rush it. All right. So because it is a fragment, the start and stop is not necessary. Good. All right, so the first thing we looked at is the fact that line 2. So line 2 is 1. Line 2 is an error because average cannot be string. What would be the correct data type for average? Real. All right, very good. Northern South, that's correct. Then we have now selection 1 equals 0 and selection 2 equals 0. Now the reason why line 3 and line 4 would be an issue, no, it wouldn't be integer, Karik and Kiana. Can't be integer. You see, once it is that you know that you're going to divide um in terms of the calculation for a particular variable, always set it to be real. Right? Once you know that you're going to include some form of division. The colon is there because it is a C code, so that could be an error as well. Key change. It's just depending on the angle by which you're explaining it. Right? So look now, we have selection 1 and we have selection 2, and those are equal to 0. That is an error right there, you know. Line 6 says average equals 0 plus 0 minus 5. So the whole calculation at line 6 would have been incorrect. So we have line 2, line 3, line 4, line 6, and line 7. 5 errors. So average should be equal to selection plus selection. So in line 6, it should be selection 1 plus selection 2 divided by 2. Right, we're looking for the average, which is at line 6. Then now in line 7, we have two other errors here. Input, should not be input, it should be output, let's say for instance, or it should be right? So it should be input, it should be output, print, display, any of those. Then now it should be average is, close quotation, comma, and put back the word average. Right. So you see, we pick up the 5 errors. So going back again, come over here. So error number 1, this right here. Error number 2, whether it is that we're going to argue from the point of the colon equal, or we're going to just look on the fact that these would be 0, right? Then the next error is the fact that line 6, 1 error is right here. Selection should be selection 1. The next error is right here because this should be divided by 2. Then in line 7, you have this one. I can always break them up too. Input, it should not be input, and instead of product, it should be average. Bianca, stop it. No exam, not hard, nothing. We going to have a nice exam tomorrow. All right, so right here now it says to write an algorithm which is going to calculate the average of 3 numbers. I put my declaration outside of start. If you put yours inside of it, it's fine. I declare my variables before. Now, because it is that we're calculating the average of 3 numbers, it means that we're going to have 4 variables, right? We're going to have the first number, the second number, the third number, and average, which we are calculating. No, Dante. What you wanna go come out of exam? Come back, come. So now come out of exam tomorrow and tell me how exam did easy. Alright? Once you go in and do your best, you guys will be fine. GJ, make we get a look now. Declaration. No one to the customer. Declaration. Lisa says, what is it there? All right. Let's move on. Now we have start. So now we need to prompt the user to get the three values, right? N1, N2, and N3. So we're going to have write. And as I said, the persons have different ways of writing their algorithm. No, because what they declared was selection one, Tyrell. They declared selection one and selection two. Yes, that can work. Northern South. No, because well, they can't divide by zero. But basically, what would be the error in that? The two values would be equal to zero and calculating the average of zero. So in this case, the algorithm itself wouldn't make sense. Team Ali? No. All right. So after we have our write, we must have our read statement. So this is where we're going to list the variables that would be used to store the values, right? And please remember that whatever variable names you have at declaration are the same variable names that you will use at your read. No unicorn. Yes, you can use some top Gina. Why you have two start? CXE prefers when you output using suitable labels. Fries, what is 9.12? Oh, the time. No worries about database. You know the data types in database. Um, you need to know the data types that are there in database, how it is to identify how a table is sorted, how it is that you would create tables, forms, queries, and reports. You will get something out of database. Me know you're not so blank. All right, moving on now. So because I use average and I didn't have sum, for the persons who have sum, it is correct as well. So it means that my formula is going to look different from yours. Right? And then now I need to output average. So this is what I was saying, top Jenna. Once it is that you're outputting something, write what it is that you're outputting. So here I'm going to have average is, so that text would be displayed, comma, AVG, close bracket, and stop. And that would have been the algorithm to, oops, calculate the sum of three, the average of three numbers. I remember that the variables don't have to be the same. So like top gen, I use ABC, that's fine. You would create your variable names. Is it real now? Any questions on this question, guys, or can we move on? Yes. Yes, Kyle. Put the declaration there. There's marks given for that because they want to know that you have identified the variable names that you've used. Even if it is that You write the variable names after, add the declaration there. Yes, you can use variables instead of declaration. Team Ali, whichever one you do, it's fine, you know. It's not that you would lose the marks or anything. So whether it is that you have some and then you have average, whichever one you are comfortable with, it's fine. All right, Kimon, you can watch it after. And then I'll be in the comment section. So if you guys studying and you want to add comments to the video, then I'll be able to answer. Guys, remember that programming is not coming on the exam. It's just algorithm. Which part is it, Pooh Bear, that you want me to go over? Heart level 6, we're getting a 1. This is last year. January paper is already on my channel. Drink water. Make sure you get some rescue band because you can go in the exam on blank out. Ah, nice. I was wondering where you were, Grant. No pseudocode is coming. No programming. No, man. No programming. No Pascal. No. If because schools use different things. So if you use Pascal, C, Visual Basics, none of those will come. So Ali, in terms of the variable names, that's what I was saying. You could use anyone that you want. So if num1 is okay with you, then you can use num1. There is, in terms of wrong or right, in terms of the variable names. Just don't use the same variable names to use to store 3 values. Oh, I get it, Pooh Bear. No, I soon do that one. Yeah, you'll get loops. Yes, I am, Kyle. Ah, sorry, Johnny. No, they removed it from the syllabus. They removed it from the exam, but you still do it for your SB. No, it's not Clay. It's not necessary for the It's not necessary for the pseudocode for you to write the data type. You can, but you don't have to. Most schools use Pascal. Pascal is the basic. No, whether or not they don't test it on the exam for Pascal. No problem, Oak. No space in the variable name. Very good, Johnny. Remember that, and don't start it with a number. For word processing, what do you need to know? For word processing, formatting features, so text formatting, page formatting, how it is like you would add your tables, the mail merge, how it is that you create a table of content. Remind me after this because we have just one more part to this question for me to show you that part. How it is that you would do table of content in Microsoft Word. The form features, those can come as well for Word. For spreadsheet, formula functions basically. How it is that you would sort, create charts. You see, once it is that you did the SBA, you're fine with doing the exam for the productivity tools. No programming for the exam. The trace table is on this. We did look on the trace table. So it's basically where you're tracing the algorithm. a computer a computer is an electronic device that is used to process information. A computer system would do more than that. All right, guys, let's go. All right, so let's look on this one. No. Thank you, Cooper. No, binary was removed from the syllabus altogether. No binary at all. So binary is not a part of your syllabus. All right, so B now, let's go. B, it says at a data science laboratory, the data scientists and data engineers are required to process millions of data every second to predict weather patterns and abnormalities. The data is sent to all employees over a network using a server. State the type of computer used to require, hold on. State the type of computer system that is required for each of the following. Yes, computer fundamentals will always be on the exam. Let me know. Computer fundamentals is input, output, and those. Oh, zoom in a bit. I didn't look on the list of topics though. All right, so Top Jenna, I was wondering if Top Jenna was going to be the first person to respond. All right, so super mainframe, computer, personal computer. Nemard said the first one is supercomputer. All right, that is correct. Supercomputer for the first one. Everybody who said that one, that's good. All right, what did Alia say? Soon, Alia. Yes, man, as soon as the live end, it will be on the channel. Supercomputer is correct. All right, moving on to number 2, distribution of data over a network. So first one, processing of scientific data, supercomputer. Mainframe for the second, yes, Rashawn. Mainframe, all right. Last one, no, working from home. What's the answer there? Not, we don't reach the network part. So no to local area network. Personal computer. All right, personal computer would be fine. Ah, personal Nemard. All right, personal computer, very good. So we have super mainframe and personal computer. All right, so zoom in a little bit. All right, so it says each employee is required to attend computer training twice a month to ensure that he or she understands the function of the computer as a processing tool. What is A? Mini computer is outdated. Microcomputer could work, but not mini. All right. Wilson. All right. Monitor for A. Very good. What is B? John Michael. Output. Hold on. What did it say? Employees understand the function of the upper. All right. Let me look back at the question. Oh, guys. So I was wrong here. Identify the function of each. Let me see. I saw John Michael's response. Let me put that one up. All right, so I soon check this now. So now we need to identify whether these are input, systems unit, storage, or output. All right. So I'm seeing here where, hold on, what is on the screen? Okay. So I'm seeing where John Michael gave output for the first one. So A is output. All right, so that is correct. So the monitor is output. B is the systems unit. That is correct. C would be storage. That is correct. D is input and E is input. All right, very good. Now, guys, the question didn't ask us to tell what type it is. It gave the categories, and that is why we're accepting those that the answer that is on the screen. Yes, C storage. D is input. Yes, Grant. All right. B is storage. No, B is not storage. Wilson. B is the systems unit. Yes, E is input for the keyboard. Yes, you got to. Otherwise, you will get jumpy and answer questions that is not even asked. So that was an easy 5 marks. All right, let's look on the last question. So it says, state one device that may be found on a computer monitor that is used for video conferencing and give one reason for your answer. Reading. Good night. Coffee for top, Jenna. No, Janoy. The CPU is a small chip that is found inside of the systems unit on the motherboard. Heat level 6, correct. Webcam would be the answer there. 4 functions of the CPU. The CPU basically monitors all the processing, right? So once it is that there's any activity that is going to take place or should be executed, those will be done inside of the CPU. It also coordinates if you want to differentiate in terms of the what do you call it? The arithmetic logic unit. So it is used to do calculations and logic operations. So it manages all processing, and there's an aspect of the CPU that stores data temporarily that is in your registers. How much did I give? So it's used, and then you can probably think about the fetch, decode, and execution of task. No, because it said a hardware device, Grant. You can't tell me Google Meets, because it did say attached to the monitor for video conferencing. So you would definitely need a webcam or some sort of camera. Programs wouldn't qualify. Just the hardware. Only wants the one that you would attach to the monitor. Generation of languages. That's a common question that normally comes on the paper. So generation for computer languages, first generation right up to fifth generation. Your first generation deals with zeros and one, binary language. So that's machine code. So that's also a common question that they'll ask you. What is another name for first generation language? Machine code. What's a name for second generation? Your assembly language, right? Third generation language would be an example of a third generation language would be Pascal. Trying to remember if C is in third or fourth. Python. as the languages get closer to how it is that we talk, those are fifth generation languages. So C++ should be at fourth generation. Python is more at fifth. The monitor would count as an output device. Third generation would include syntax, yes. Java could be at fourth, you know. I think Java is at fourth. All right, so for Java, third generation is Pascal and C. C languages are third generation. Fourth generation, you're going to have SQL Visual Basics. And for fifth generation would be Prolog. Prolog. Yes, I gave it a 4. Java would be a third or fourth. Assembly language is second generation because it uses mnemonics. Definitely Pascal is second generation. Prolog, Prolog. It's a language. All right, let me see if I can find a paper one. First generation would be machine language. So it's just zeros and ones. It is the fastest one to be processed because it is already in the form that the computer understands. Looking for a multiple choice paper. All right, let me go into my drive. All right, give me a minute. Let me find the paper and then we go through this one. What's this one? That's this one. 2019. And multiple choice papers are questions always come back, you know. You'll always find the same set of questions. Unless the CSEC decide that they're going to rewrite. Uh, Alright, so I'm searching for this paper that I have. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to share screen now. So okay, so first generation is machine, second is assembly, third. All right. So you see for first generation, northern, south, and second, those are names, also known as. But for third, fourth, and fifth, there's no name. For the third, what I gave was the languages associated with those. So for the third generation language, Pascal would fall under third generation language. Same thing for C. C++ would be more fourth generation, and fifth generation is any language that is closest to our language. For last year, the 2020 last year paper was the same 2020 paper. You have Java for third. Based on the code, it could be. It could be. Because Java, more while is a headache. I really don't like Java. Java doesn't operate how it is supposed to operate when it is supposed to operate. So I don't like Java. All right, we're doing number 1 and number 6. What's our answer for number 1 and number 6? Which one you answering, Rihanna? 1 is C. All right, that's correct. Number 1 is C. What is number 6? No, Rihanna, it's C. Definitely C. What is number 6? All right, I saw GJ. GJ was the first one with it. Where is it? Number 6 is actually A. I saw what you did now, Rihanna. Sorry. I saw that you were giving both. So number one is C, and number 6 is A. All right. What about number 2? What about number 2 and number 7? All right, number 7 is A. That is correct. And number 2 is B. All right, very good. So number 2 is B. And number 7 is A. All right. Now on to number 3 and number 8. Number 8 is D. All right. And number 3 is A. All right, that's correct, GJ. So number 3 is A. And number 8 is D. And once it is that you go through any paper, you realize that these questions were on it as well. Except for number 9. I think number 9 was a new question. What's the answer for number 4? Number 4 is C. No. What's number 4? Number 4 is B. All right, Manda. Number 4 is B. All right. Because it says not. That is why the answer is B for number 4. All right, then let's do number 5. What's the answer for number 5? All right, Gabby and Envy said number 5 is D. That is correct. Number 5 is D. All right, what is number 9? Number refers to the model of a globe. What is number 9? Single twin said number 9 is where that go? A. All right, number 9 is A. That's correct. So they use a 3D printer to print the actual shape. All right. What is number 10 and number 14? Number 10, I'm seeing A. A for number 10. All right. A for number 10. Yeah, man. You're always going to find that back. Number 10 is A. D. Why D? 14 is A. That's correct. Why do we have D for number 10? 14 is A. Why D, Sue? Let me hear from you guys. This is 2021. Fourteen is A, man. It can't be B. All right, moving on. All right, number 11 now. What's the answer for number 11, 15, and 16? Put the number beside your answers. Number 11, Internet Protocol. So it basically deals with packets and the transfer of data. Oh, okay. All right, 11. Remember to put the number before your answer. So 11 is B. All the persons who have B for number 11, that's correct. Number 16, no. It's not C. Not C for 16. Number 15 is B. Right. 16 is C. Ah, very good. So let's go now. So what symbol is this? This is for Wi-Fi. So number 11 is B. Number 15 says increase in memory. Based on your syllabus, the largest is terabyte. So if it is increasing, terabyte must be at the end. So number 15 is B. Number 16 says, based on that, what does shoes.com stand for? That is the domain name. The domain name is going to tell you the name or the owner of the site. Let's do 12 and 13. 12 and 13. Number 12 is C. No for C. All right. Number 12 is D. Number 12 is D. Oh, what is that? Hold on. Number 12 is D. Right. So 12 is correct. Number 13 is D. All right, that's correct. So 12 is D, electronic eavesdropping. So electronic eavesdropping is where basically you're listening in on person's conversation. Industrial espionage is where one person works with an organization, let's say Samsung, and is selling information to Apple. That is industrial espionage. Propaganda is where you basically spread lies on somebody. And for 13, double data entry is where it is that the same data is entered twice and possibly by different persons. Then they're compared to see if they're the same. If they're not the same, it means that there are errors. What's number 17? 17 and 18. 17 is B. Did I say a B? Yes. 17 is B. No. Hold on there. That's what I said like a while ago. 17 is B. All right, 17 is correct. What is 18? B as in bat. And 18 is D. All right, so to all the persons who have B and D, that is correct. So double data entry is a verification technique, and magnetic ink character recognition is used in banks. Optical character recognition is used to read handwritten text and turn it into soft copy. And POS stands for point of sale system. All right. Let's do 1920. 19 and 20. 19 is D. All right, that is correct for 19. 19 is D. What's 20? 20 is A. No, Nathan. 20 is A. Oh, I saw it wrong. All right, so 19 is D. Downloading. Uploading from your system to a remote computer. That's also a next one that they put on it as well. And 20 is A. All right, 23 and 24. 17 is B. Yes, Kelly. 23 and 24. 15 is C. 15 is B. All right, 23 is A. That's correct. What's 24? 24 is D. That's correct, Alex. So 23 is A and 24 is D. All right. Let's do 21 and 25. 24. Yes, 24 is D. 21 and 25. 21 is C. All right. Accepted. 21 is C. What's 25? Yes, Cuban. In 21 we chose. In paper one we chose. 25. Yes, Nathan. So 21 is C. And 25 is B. All right. 22 and 26. 22 is C. All right. GJ out. What about 26? 26 is C. All right, Alex. So 26 is C, 2 and 3. And 22 is also C. On a roll, man. Now ready for this paper one. All right, 27 and 28. 26 is B. No, 26 is C. 27 is A, right, Nathan? 27 is A. What about 28? Yes, 22 is C. I am Alia. I'll reach at 32. Oh, yes. Don't ask me what is happening. 32 is B. Yes, I saw that one. Hold on. 27. What we doing though? Hold on. 27 is actually A. Right. And then I ask for the answer for 28. That is what I'm waiting on. 28. 28 is A. No, it's not B for 28. I am struck between 28. 28 for me is between A and D. And no, it's not A and D. No, sequential access is not in any order. So for 28, sorry, the answer would either be B, starts with the first record, or starts with the smallest record. That is where it's conflicted for me. Sequential access means that you would, it's like a cassette tape. So if there are 50 records on it and you need to access 30, you need to visit the first 29. But sequential access is also sorted, and it is sorted from smallest to largest. Good. I would more lean towards B than D, because if it is a natural process for it to be sorted, then I would say that the answer is more B than D for 28. Is B. All right, we're going with single twin. B we're going with. All right, 32 now, guys. 32 and 33. 32 and 33. 32 is B. All right. Cuban. In paper one, we trust. All right. 32. What about 33? 33 is 64-bit. Oh, you're not seeing the answer. Sorry, guys. All right. So 32 is B. All right. Let me come down now. It's 33. 30. This what kind of answer them here? What is 33? 33 is B. What's it mean? All right. What about 29 and 30 now? 29 is D. All right, Dilly. Very good. 29 is D. What says you for 30? Oh, this move fast enough. 30 is C. All right, very good. So 29 is D and 30 is C. We just explained industrial espionage right there. All right. What about 31? 31? 34 is actually C. What about 31? 31 is A. Very good. No, hold on. Where's 31? 31 is A. A. All right, very good. All the persons who said 31 is A. All right, 34 now. Somebody gave me the answer for 34 for it being C. It's extranet because it says business suppliers. They're outside of the organization. 35. Gabby said 35 is A. That's a no. No for 35 for A. 35 is A. No. Let's read 35. Which of the following pairs of hardware are user interface? Remember we said before, user interface is how you interact with a particular hardware. Keyboard interacts with the software. Optical drive and hard drive, they basically interact, but they're not an interface for you. So A, B, and C out. The hardware interface here is the touch screen that you would use and the specialized keyboard that is used by other individuals. So for 35, the answer is D. Yes. 35 is D. All right. 36 and 37. Amen. Amen, Tom. What's 36? 36 is A. All right. What is 37? No for 36 being C. No need to be scared. You got this. And Nathan said 37 is C. And Top Jenna. All right. So we have A and C here. All right. What is 40? What is 40? All right, TJ, 40 is A. Deli and Gabby, that's correct. 40 is indeed A. All right, 40. We're now at 38. Let's do 38 and 41. What's 38? 40 is B. No, 40 is not B. What's 38? There's 41 yet. But yes, 41 would be C. What's 38? 38 is B, says single twin and Delhi. That's correct. 38 is B. What is 39? No, sorry. What is 41? 41 is C. All right. I see that one. 41 is C. All right. Good. All right. What about 39? What is 39? All right. Gabby. Oh, sorry. Gabby says 39 is C. All right. So for 42 now, it is asking which of these is justified text. Which one is justified text for 42? 42 is D. All right. Very good. All right. What's the answer for 43? What's 43? 43 is B. All right. That's good. All right. What is 46? 46? 46 is also B. All right. Very good. All right, let's move on now to 44. What is 44? 44. Kimberly and Gabby and Gabby, Daniel, Sharice. All right. 44 is B. All right, let's do 47. What's 47? 47. 47 is D. All right, good. 47 is indeed D. All right, what about 45? Can't see? You have to, hold on. What you're not seeing? Edit. Here. So, tell me which part you're not seeing. Oh, oh. 45 is D, all right. Are we seeing now? All right, 45. What's 48? Sorry. I see what the issue is. What's 48? 48 is D. All right. You guys are good for paper one. That much I can tell you. All right, let's do 49. Of course, Joseph. Paper one wreck. What's 49? 49 is C, yes, Delhi. All right, 49 is C. All right. What about 52? 52? 53 is C. So 53 is indeed C and 52 is indeed A. For 53, C and 52, A. People must be wondering what is wrong with my counting. All right. Let's do 50 and then do 54. What's the answer for 50? What's the answer for 50? Not seeing the answer for 50 as yet. Delay. Seeing the persons now. 50 is actually C. All right. What about 53? 45 was D. What about 53? No man, 50 is C. For Merchant Center. 53 is also C. I'm going to explain to you. Let me go back over. All right. So it says now for 50, which of the following steps is required to center text across a cell in spreadsheet, right? Across a range of cells. So we're using merge and center, right? It says select and copy the text across the cell. So we know that one is out. Because if you select it and copy it across, it means that the data will be duplicated in each column. in each cell. So that one is out. B says select and center the text, then merge the cells. You don't need to do that. The part which is wrong about B is centering the text. Right? That is the part that is wrong about B. C says select the text across the cells, then merge and center. So 50 is C. So 1, you would select the cells, select the text, highlight the cells that you want to utilize. So I'm going to type the text in cell A1. Then I'm going to highlight A1, B1, and C1, and then I'm going to select merge and center. So it's going to merge all those 3 columns and center the text in there. So that is why the answer is C for B. Is C for 50. It can't be D. Because if you type it in the middle of the cell, it is just centering. But it says center it across a range of cells. All right, 53. 53 is C, Kelly. All right, 53 is C. That's correct. What's 54? No, 54 is not C. 54 is D. All right, 54 is good. All right, let's do 55. What's the answer for 55? 55 is D. Good, Cuban. All right. So let's look on 51. What's the answer for 51? 51 is D. Yes, 51 is indeed D. All right. Let's look on 56 now. What's our answer for 56? 51 is D. Yes. What's our answer for 56? 56 is C. No, not C. 2021. Carlos. 56 is B. All right. That is correct. All right, 57 and then 59. What's the answer for 57? 57 is indeed A. 57 is A. All right, 59. Gabby with the first response for 57 and 59 is A. All right. So now 58 and 60. What's 58? And what is 60? What's 58 and 60? All right, 58 is C and 60 is indeed C. Good. We did well. Answer is C for 60. That's correct. All right, so we have finished the paper one now. So we're going to end the live here. Sadly, 42 is D. Yes, 42 is D. All right. Number 45 was also D. You still know about in SB and paper one with us. What is a network? Types of networks, basically. Bye bye, Kimberly. You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. You were good sport. Thank you, and all the best on your exam tomorrow. I'm sure you guys are going to do well. What was your question, Peter Gay? No problem, Gabby. Thanks for being here. You're welcome, Kiana. Thanks for keeping my company as well. I do appreciate you all. Thank you. Please give the video a like if it was helpful. Love you. A coming GJ, a coming. Which one? Which paper is that? Single twin. 45 was D. Yes, 4 hours and 5 minutes. Thanks, Demard, for being here. You could have dropped a Steve. Although I don't know if you drop a Steve, I am Alia. 45 was D, as in dog. 48 was D as well. I got to Tom. You got this, Johnny. Don't worry on yourself. Everything going to come to an in an exam tomorrow. Just pace yourself and pace yourself one. 45. Let me show you because I think 45 is one that we're on, right? So it says that the database table shows records sorted by D. So hammer, fork, fork, yeah. But you can't really see that these are, you see that it is sorted but not necessary because you have two hammer, you have two fork. It's not like you have forks or something at the end of it which is going to differentiate them two hammer here, right? And notice that item description is not even a part of the answer. Then you have 20, 40, 35, 40, 45. So obviously quantity is not sorted in any order. Otherwise 35 would come before here. But you're seeing here now where you have H and you have 50 then 40. So it's going in descending order from highest to lowest. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So H would come after. So that is why it's front. Then you have J, K, and if you notice that the numbers are also organized in descending order, that is why the answer is D. Item number in descending order. Um, 50 was C. You never make me beat and you see. Use a program stored on a flash drive, it must be transferred into single twin, it would be RAM, random access memory. Anything that you're using on the computer will first be transferred into RAM before you can be using it. Once you have it opened, so even if I have this particular paper on my flash drive, When I'm ready to use it, they're going to move it to RAM because RAM is closest to your CPU, so it accesses it faster. All right. Kerry, if I beat you today, I see something. You're welcome. You're welcome, Matthew. You guys are going to do well. All right. So good night, everyone. Stay safe. Pace yourself tomorrow. If you know you're going to burn the midnight oil, ensure that you have your water tomorrow. Don't overdo it because you'll go in the exam and you blank out. Cuban in SB and paper one, we trust. So we not chop no line. Partially, Jamil. Partially. I'm gonna need some content from fourth and fifth still. Guys, come back tomorrow and tell me how was the paper. You see, you single twin, you hear me say positive, think positive, think positive. All right. All right. Good night, everyone. Get some rest. Thanks for being here. I don't know if you make coffee top, Jenna. So, what me I come look for you tomorrow and pinch your hands. Hold on. They changed the paper. I think it's 30. What was it before? 25. It's 25 for paper one. 25, I think, for SBA, so that's 50. And paper two would be 50. Or if that's not the case, they changed it. That is why I don't remember it. SBA is 30, multiple choice is 25, and paper two is 45. I think that was it. Yeah. 45 for paper two, 25 for paper one, and SBA is 30. All right. All right. Bye bye.